Touch of your soul. I know you're wrong. I could not be wrong. Touch of your soul.
What does this button do?
Galaxy Brain, activate!
Hey, there we go. How's it going, everybody? How you doing today? Okay. Glad that the bot worked. We replaced our main Discord bot because the devs are now using it to promote a bunch of crypto bullshit, and you know our feelings on that. So we said nah. We said nah, bro, to that. So yeah, replaced some bots. It looks like that worked. I had to do some very last-second changes to it because I didn't give it mod or admin powers. I forgot to do that last night, so I'm wondering if that's might explain why it was delayed just a little bit. But yeah, it's working now, so that's good. To see how it holds up with other streams too, because it may accidentally tag the whole server for other streams. I tried to not have it do that, but when I went to go into untoggle that, I might have messed with something. I think it should be fine, but if it tags everybody to let everyone know that Audie or somebody's going live, oh well, people will do it. They can handle it. We're adults now. Yeah, so anyway, hi, howdy, welcome. There may be people you see in the background. It is not the FBI, we are not getting raided. I know that opens more questions and answers. No, just my parents are here to take Grandpa to a shindig tonight in memory of my uncle, and they're also here looking for like old photos and stuff they can find of him. So, that's what's going on around here. So if you see random faces behind me, that's why. I believe where we left off is... Oh, yeah. This is my mom, everybody. Say hi to Mom. Yeah. Was that in one of Grandma's old albums? I think all of them should, if you haven't already found one, I think all of them should have been that one. Yeah. You're good. All right. Yeah, mom was just showing some more doofy baby photos she found of me, so we have that to look forward to. More doofy baby photos. Anyway, so I believe we left off being in Garlemald, where one Barrius of the Brad mentioned that we were in for a kind of a long sequence. And as far as I know, I should be good level-wise for if we end up getting to the next dungeon tonight. You know, let's see if we can get in on this up here real quick. Don't know why I jump on a mount. Like, at this point, I'm not going to be moving any faster than just running. Oh, I should unlock the gemstone trader here real quick. Blah, 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 blah. That way I can make sure everything's being tracked. Yeah, so how's everybody's day going today? It's been a good day? Writing map ASAP when you didn't bring your breach area. Yeah, I forgot about writing maps because it's been so long since I had to buy one. Meeting up Stoke. Get that correctly, it's what, like 20 some per rank. Ooh. Hey, that's a bear I need. Wait, it's only 6 per round? Really? That's, pretty amazing. Hold on, I wanna double check to be certain here. That's under travel, shared fate. Okay, so six per rank. Yeah. Oh wait, what? Huh. Well, because it's showing for Labyrinthos, I'm 5 out of 6, and I'm at rank 1. Thabner, I'm rank 2, and I'm at 3 out of 60. So did they just get rid of there being a 3rd rank then? Because I think that's what it was before. It was like 20 per rank, but it was 3 ranks, I think. Not sure. Only 6 and then 60. Okay, yeah. So that would be why I saw a number before that was 66. What was that? You guys going? Hey, if you would feel so inclined, and I'll pay you when you get back, if you would feel so inclined to bring me a large margarita of any flavor, it'd be fine. It'd be very nice. Thank you. Oh, and hey, is my laundry done? Is the washer done? Okay. You wanna switch? All right. Thank you. What were we doing? Oh, yeah. We're just gonna cut through here, I think. I mean, I know some people don't like the shared fate thing. I for one, I didn't mind it. Like, the fates are easy enough to do, especially since, you know, I'll be doing this content when people are still new to it for at least, you know, several months now, compared to maxing out the shared fates right at the end, like right before Endwalker came out, where nobody was, like, there was still some, but there was a lot less people still doing fates. Let's fend off the jaw. Shindig tonight is at a Mexican restaurant here in town, and Mom decided what she wants to do, since Grandpa, you know, doesn't really do Mexican food, that she wants to get him to try some Mexican food. They have, I guess, it's a baked potato fajita thing, which, you know, Grandpa loves his potatoes. And so That's what Mom's going for. Is it did have some steak in there. Oh, you should have quit it. You really should have. But that's what what she wants him to try. It's apparently got some like really good, like, I don't know, chopped, shredded, tiny steak. It's got tiny steak to it. And then some vegetables, some whatever you want. And I'm gonna grab. I'll try it. It'd be nice if I had a bit more options for him for lunches and stuff. Somehow still alive. Hey, and somebody showed up. There we go. Yeah, apparently a lot of, or not a lot of, several of Irv's old classmates reached out to Mom. It sounds like it'll be a good shindig. Mom's wanting it to be a positive remembrance for people to talk about, Irv back in the day, and, the good times with Irv and stuff. So that'll be nice. I didn't really feel like it. As a various of the Brad and myself have talked, funerals and stuff, they just, that whole shindig is just not a thing I'm into anymore. I say into like it was a fad, like I'd go to a mall to buy myself a funeral or something. Yo, this new funeral dropped. You checked it out yet? Oh, damn, man. Wait, is that Metal Gear Solid? Oh, no. Rocker roller out of controller. We'll stop and do this one anyway. Oh. Not Yeti. It's a bonus XP one, but that's too far away. This, no lie, this makes me think a lot of a map in Battlefield 5. One of the maps in there has very much this feel. Hi there, displaced engineer. Excuse me, stranger. Could you lend a hand? I'm attempting to repair the Magitech that supplies power to our domicile, but lack the necessary parts. I was hoping you'd help me salvage it, if at all possible. Spotted a few items of note in this vicinity, though it's rather difficult to get any closer with all the automated weaponry blocking my path. If you're able to forcibly deactivate the Machina, we can retrieve useful parts from the wreckage. Parts unknown. How very kind. Now, in terms of how we'll actually go about this enterprise, perhaps it's best if I stay out of your way and focus my efforts on sorting through the various pieces you bring me. I shall await your gleanings with bated breath. Alright, let's fuck them up. Oh shit, they're all level 80. We may not want to fuck them all up. Fuck a couple of them. See how that goes. Oh no, more of them want to be fucked up. more of them want to be fucked up. No. Make sure to post that in the Clippies channel. Just stop. Worst part about being a black mage, man, you can't get your spells off. You gotta be running every fucking time. Let's get all you over here. All you over here. Foul! Foul! Okay, let's turn in all of them that we got and see how close and how far that gets us. Got us about halfway. Okay. Can we collect some of these before more enemies spawn in? Oh, they're just gonna let me get them all, aren't they? Oh, damn. So close. Foul. Time wizard. You know, High Blizzard kind of sounds like High Blizzard. I feel like there could be something done with that. Just a lizard that just like hypes you up, like hype up. Objective complete. Let's see if we can get to it. And then we'll beeline right to the story. Can't believe that one took no damage. Wow. Hey, alright. We did it. Now to continue on with the story. Some of that free XP walking through the places we ain't been to yet. It did, yeah. Oh no, our actions ran out. I have to pick up more actions at the action store later. Hi, Colossus. Bye, Colossus. So, given that the next quest is called No Good Deed, that probably means something bad is going to happen to us because we just did a good deed. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what they're getting at here. Also, it's a new day. Minion roulette. What do we got? Ooh. Oh, hey, we got our lamb. That was my first main minion that I kept out for a long time. All right, Now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location you'd like to search, just outside the park. I don't know what the hell accent that was. It was like half Canadian, half British. Fuck. Who writes this shit? Who like, you know, yeah, who hired these people? As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. My comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units. Those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. We're gonna blow them all up. Blow them all the fuck up. Understood. Let's get to work. This unit's fuel tank is empty. Okay. Ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel it's taking. Do it. Blow it up, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. After successfully removing the war machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. Need some more? Here. A fair amount of explosives to spare today, but tomorrow is another story. Can't afford to waste them on units with nothing to offer, so be sure to check the gauge first. Of course, if the gauge is damaged, it's up to you to make the call. Gotcha. Man, my eyes just feel like they're, I don't know, they just feel weird, man. Almost feels like the feeling of when you have a spider web stuck to you. It feels like that, only like around my eye. According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Powerful enough to destroy the thick armor of Imperial War Machina, but not the considerably more fragile ceruleum tanks beneath. But apparently. Oh, broken gauge. Retrieve the War Machina's ceruleum tank to find it is still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. Wait, I don't get to blow up more of them? There was probably more I could have blown up. Wonder why. It totally has nothing to do with sleep, I bet. Well, that or just general things. Actually, that gives me an idea. I'm gonna put some eye drops in. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be an adventure. Ah. He would, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go. You made me not stab my eye out. We're gonna see if that helps. So now I specifically use, there's like, I guess a couple different kinds of eye drops. One of them, I think it just constricts your blood vessels or something to reduce the appearance of redness, but then there's ones that actually like hydrate your eyes, and I went with that one, the other one, the one that doesn't, you know, just kind of like how when it comes to body odor, you can go with the antiperspirant, which just shoves a bunch of like silver oxide into your sweat glands, your little sweat, your little tiny squiggly things that is what your sweat comes out of, or you can just get a deodorant and just live with the fact that you have sweat. I go with the latter. I just live with the fact that I have sweat. Everybody sweats. It's just natural. People sweat. I just make my sweat less stinky, rather than shoving metal into the holes and doing who knows what to it. Aluminium? Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember for sure. I knew it was something like that. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the Warhawk at which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among cerulean tanks would surely deserve one. Always just go with the Dio. Antiperspirant causes inflammation of the glands that need to regulate your body. Yeah, exactly. That's it just never sounded like a good idea to me. It's like if you had like I don't know, if you had like sneezing issues and your solution was to fucking shove cork in your nose. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on our side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we head back. Wait here while I go and see how Alizé and Alpha are faring. Oh, okay. Oh, we're getting a long waiting bar. I think that means we're about to get a cutscene. That is a clever way to hide your loading bar, your loading screen.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Oh, hey, bud. What's up?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Bye, Thancred. Good thing, even though it's constantly snowing here, it didn't leave enough
They had not
snow
gone
to
far.
see your footprints.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I'm special like that.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all what I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
It's racist, dude. You can't say savages. Can't do it.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Quintus? I thought they pronounced it Quintus when we first met him. Okay, Quintus, I guess. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
See, that's what happens, you know, when a white person calls it out, another white person will listen. But, you know, if Alizé had called it out, that guy just would have doubled down, you know?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Oh.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
Well, that's one way to claim you're not accepting charity, I guess. Alpha Noah and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details, in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exits. Is he preparing some kind of subterfuge against his dumbass leader here? You again. That's the eel, he said. So, has to be the way of it. After all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. Those are my orders, and so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? Ask the eel. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, and that you would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. I'm getting the sense of something not good about to happen. I'm gonna say some kind of weird human sacrifice, which would be very weird because Garlemald doesn't is not a fan of primals, and I don't think they could even summon a primal. So what in the shit? What in the shit are they about to do? Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than transmission of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Oh, the name of the quest. Alia... It's either Alia Lacta Est or Alia Yacta Est. I've wondered how they came up with the Garlean, I guess, the naming conventions and the language there. I mean, it seems to have some kind of relation to, like some kind of basis in Latin, I would presume. But I don't know enough about old languages to really say. Wait, what is that? Oh, okay. That's just an otter. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. I wanted to wait here, but a death machine had a different idea. Oh no, Lucy, come back. No cutscene time.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Just want to point out, I noticed a lot of similarity in what he said right there with, you know, Emmett Selk and the Ascian struggle.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Hi, Estonian. About time. And Bradbury, I see your message in the chat. I'll get to him once we're out of this.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfeno. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Oh no.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Yeah. Yeah, right now I can tell that this isn't, there may be a happy story at the end, but I can tell it's gonna make it be earned. Especially for anything involving, the Garlands. Alphino's monologue about this really gets to me. About how old people want things to be all about the fundamentals and the basics, stone is stone and cloud is cloud. Just how older people refuse to want to understand there's more depth to our existence, i.e. LGBTQ folks, the cultures and practices, especially when it comes to fundamentalist turfs. A man is a man and a woman is a woman in a story. It's like the story for this game is a clever commentary for how generations are always in conflict. Yeah, and, you know, when they point towards, when he pointed towards, you know, they're inheriting their belief structure and everything from their own fathers, you know, like, I mean, you and I both know this, we all know this, but just to restate, you know, bigotry and black and white thinking isn't exclusive to old people, and not all old people think that way, but you know, it's that is one area where the nurture thing comes in, I believe, because you know, if you're a shitty bigot with a really blinders on, narrow worldview, you're gonna be passing that on to your kid, or you know, even to people around you that are still learning things, and that doesn't mean that that kid is going to become that way, but it means that short of any way out of that, short of any other way of learning or learning anything else, they're going to be that way, which, I mean, tinfoil hat and everything is a bit of why I think there's, the constant attacks on the public school system within the United States, because if you ensure that your kid won't learn anything in school beyond 1 + 1 = 2, and ensure that anything in the library in the school doesn't go against the values that you personally want, then that means you can ensure no matter what that your child is going to be exactly, not just your child, but your child and every other child is going to be exactly exactly a carbon copy of yourself and your own beliefs. And that comes into play here as well. And yeah, the black and white thinking of you're a savage because you're not part of our group. If you won't comply with what our nation believes, then you're a savage. If you won't comply with what our nation believes, then we'll force you to do it, so, or destroy you in the event. And I do also think that those statements do also apply in a broader sense to, war in general. You look at the U.S. The U.S. has been both isolationist and conquesting at different points in its existence. And I mean, each of those did fall into exactly the kind of things laid out here. Of either, look at our spreading democracy around the world. That's a if you're not believing what we believe, if you don't practice the religion that we practice, if you don't step in line with what we want, then we're going to spread democracy on your country for free, and it's gonna hurt and burn a lot, probably. But then we've also had our isolationists, where we, that was what, World War II. That was part of why we didn't get involved for so long. Was we got all isolationist of, it's everybody else's problem. We're here just to protect our way, our very specific way, our very white and very supreme way, and we don't want to get involved in anything else. And even what with everything happening in the Holocaust and all the other atrocities going on, we didn't give one single goddamn shit until we got attacked ourselves, and then we're like, oh yeah, fuck it, we're gonna go knock some heads. But I feel like we got to, after the fact, make a rewrite on history and frame it as though our involvement was that we were trying to stand up for the people being oppressed and murdered and all that. But I mean, really, it was more just, hey, your buddy bombed us, so we're gonna beat you up, and then we're gonna beat up your buddy. That's more what it was. So I suppose what I meant to say were old values necessarily. But yeah, that's and I'll point out what my grandpa says is that, because remember, my grandpa, he's been alive long enough to see both World War II. He's been alive long enough to see both World War II before it even began and see video games about World War II. And he's been alive long enough to see World War II before it began and World War II video games and the remastered HD remakes of those World War II video games on next generation consoles. And he says that, he always thought that this town would, once the old fuckers died off, that it would get better. That once they died off and kids got in, everything would get better, but it didn't. And it's specifically because of that. Like here in a small town, who took over when the old ones died? Their children. And their children operate it and run it in the same way that their parents did, or their grandparents did. And yeah. It's that, I know there's a specific term for it. I can't remember exactly what the term is, but racism itself or bigotry of any type itself isn't genetic, so therefore it's not hereditary in the sense of passed by genes, but it is hereditary in the sense of how it gets passed down by by your elder family members and by your community and values that your community upholds and instills in, which is again a reminder of how horrible and terrible life can be in how horrible and terrible your life can be very much dependent on your geographical location. Where you were born, where you were born determines everything. Hi, Audie. Yeah, we're just talking about racism in general right now and how it relates to the story here. But you may not be able to hear my voice because you probably came in muted and said hi, so you didn't get spoiled. But hi, if you can see me, hi and welcome. I still think a big factor of how your life turns out is dependent simply on where you were born. Where you were born is where you were born instantly. It's like where you were born is the equivalent of starting up a some RPG campaign and having it just do random rolls for all your base stats. That's kind of how it's like geographically, and that I don't know if that gets there's the nurture v nature debate. I don't know if geographical location of birth and residence for childhood falls under nurture or nature, or if that would be classified as a completely different factor, as a third factor. And that itself is also very much generational. I mean, a great point is a great point would be the what do you call it? Like the liquid wealth of, for example, black families. The fact that, black people for so long couldn't own anything, and then when they were legally supposed to be allowed to own stuff, they got redlining against them. And then even after that point, there's still modern redlining. There's still redlining that happens, even if it's technically skirting the law and not technically illegal, but it's redlining. But shit like that, plus the fact that black people were treated as less than people, and therefore a lot of older black people didn't have birth certificates for various reasons, means that there's less inherited wealth that happens. There's less, I want to say liquid wealth. So because you're far less likely when you're not white to be able to inherit something like land or a house compared to a white person. Which just to be clear on with my uncle dying and all the stuff we've been talking about. I know we've been joking about I get the house here, but just to be clear, I'm fully aware of the privilege I have that I'm going to, when Grandpa dies, I'll have a house I can live in. It's not a mansion. It's not it's not even 2 stories, but it's still a house. It's still a house that I will own with the little bit of land around it. It's still a place I will own and have, which immediately gives me an asset. And the half the farm that I get when that happens. That's a kind of, I guess you'd say, unrealized privilege. It's a privilege that I don't have full access to yet, but it's a privilege that I'm going to get regardless, unless I kick the bucket first, which I'm hoping not to. Anyway. The fact is that there's less generational inherited liquid wealth among non-whites in America because of just the amount of systemic racism and everything that happens, and because of that, I think that reinforces the effect that your geographical location of birth and residence in childhood has on you, because probably there's a good chance that where you're going to be at is where your parents are at, is where your grandparents were at, and it's because, you know, it could be because they just choose to keep living there and they like it, but it also very well could be that they've just never had any amassing of wealth to be able to move, to be able to go, to be able to get to a better place, and that means you're stuck with whatever's there. For me, I mean, I got out of here. I went to other places, but you know, for my own failings, I ended up back here. But like my mom, she's been here. She's never left. The furthest she moved away was half an hour and then came back. My grandpa, his parents, grandpa's grandpa, all of them, you know, this has just been where they always have been. And in fact, for our family, almost stalks myself there. for the redacted family name, we've always been in this area. Always been here. Ever since the first of the family, you know, got smuggled in on a ship long ago. But that has mostly been a choice. There have been some that have left, and that's mostly been a choice that they made. They just wanted to be here because, you know, it's been a family thing of you're going to be a farmer, and if you're not a farmer, you're going to be something that supports farming, or you're going to be a housemaker for a farmer. Like, that's just how it is. I know I had a bigger point to all this. I did take Adderall today because I woke up late and I didn't want to take an Adderall in the afternoon and make myself stay up even later. Overall point, I think racism sucks. There's generational reasons why it sucks. Black and white thinking is really dumb, with obvious exceptions of, yeah, fuck Nazis. If you're a Nazi or you associate with Nazis freely and openly, fuck you. But in general, black and white thinking and reducing everything to the bottom sucks and it's dumb, and that gets used because I would say that there can be a tiny bit of some sympathy, which is that problems in the world are really fucking difficult sometimes. Solving problems and just thinking about them is really fucking difficult because they can be really goddamn fucking complicated. Like, just changing, I mean, some of the things that impact us directly, that can be so fucking hard to think about and wrap your mind around. And so I can get wanting to make things black and white to make the world easier to understand for yourself, but it's bad. It's bad, and it causes problems. It causes problems because then you're becoming more susceptible to a very exploitable type of groupthink. You're becoming more susceptible to bigotry. You're going to approach everything like that, and it's not going to end out well. But there is the tiny sympathy of being able to understand that because, yeah, the world is fucking complicated. We are built off chaos. Chaos is everything, you know, and that's just how it is. Wow, I've been ranting for so long, my controller shut off. So yeah, that's Caro's rant of the day. Audie, if you're still listening, thanks for listening. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're probably going to continue more story now. But I hope you're doing well today, bud. And also, I do hope Mom brings back that margarita because I think that'd be really good. Anyway, yeah, I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir with all of that. I know that big angry monologue about bigotry and what makes you who you are. I just completely lost my thought. Whatever the fuck I was just gonna say, I just completely lost it. God damn it, man. Okay, I got it back. It's back. Okay. Preaching to the choir. That whole big long monologue, I know I was just basically reiterating what all of us already know, or what for some of you have already experienced, because, you know, again, I'm a white man. I've never had to experience bigotry. I actually experience opposite bigotry because you can get banned off Twitch by saying the word cracker, so apparently easier than you can for saying other words. Anyway, yeah, so I understand I'm preaching to the choir here, but yeah. And there we go. So let's continue here. Let's continue. And actually, I'm going to put a stream marker in here. You know how I love the sound of my own voice. I think that might be content, that rant might be content I can upload somewhere. You know, maybe get some traffic from people that search about stuff like that. Yeah, Bradbury, I know... I can't remember what extra privilege I gave there, but I can't remember what extra privileges I gave you on my channel, but if you do, I don't know if you can actually access the dashboard. Like if you type in, like if you go to the Twitch dashboard, I don't know if it actually lets you access it from my channel or not. But if it does, then yeah, that's something you'd be able to do as well. I already put in a marker, so I know the rough area there. I may need to be reminded about it later. You know, I can always do some video editing on it. You know, gotta put in the jump cuts. Gotta put in the 6 smooth beats in the background. Gotta have the random zoom in, zoom outs, and all that. You know. All right. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Strange Bedfellows. I've seen that movie. That was a good movie. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave. For the time being, we'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alize, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. They will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Oh, there's a blue quest there now. Yeah. So, my understanding is they reduced the number of ether currents in areas. Have you felt it was a noticeable reduction? Sorry, we're just updating Twitter. Not the new one, just the old content, which is about the same. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure because I remember they said they did it for the old content, but I didn't know if they'd also adjusted on the new content as well. My God, am I even gonna get a hit in here? There must be a black mage out here or something. Okay, cool, and I just got level 2. So let's go get a riding map, shall we? Hey, riding map! I've got so many gems left over from the last time I had to do all this. Boom. Still feels slower than flying. Oh yeah, speaking of COVID and things, I did see a funny TikTok earlier that was a black guy eating some food, and the text was saying, when you think you're developing COVID because you can't taste anything, and then suddenly his white girlfriend walks up behind him and hugs him, and he says, "But you remember your girlfriend's white." I'm like, oh man. You know, I wonder what exactly, like, when or what exactly kicked off the commentary about white people food. Because it feels like it was over the last, like, couple years that really kicked off. Can attest, my mom is white. Howdy, Nax. How you doing, bud? Were you here a few minutes ago? Because I ranted for, like 15 minutes about, racism and stuff, and that was fun. Doing tasteless and smellless still. Has it improved at all? Have you feel like anything's come back yet, or is it still just kind of meh? Well, I mean, hopefully it comes back in full force. I mean, how long has it been since you contracted? 1 week? Okay, 1 week. So hopefully I'm on the small end of the bell curve. Yeah, you know, it was over a week, I feel, for my stepdad when he got COVID and then got the antibody treatment. I know it was over a week for him for when like he said that like for quite a while there, like just everything tasted just shit. It was just bad. So I don't know. The one at-home test was negative yesterday, so tomorrow is the next. Okay. I'm hoping for the best, man. I'm hoping you don't have any long-term shit out of that. And I'm sorry you got it, man. That's just fucking weird people and their unvaccinated toddlers. Crocha and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late? Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I've just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see if they reach our camp safely. Anyway, I also did a good the other day about you ranting about racism and shit. The streamer I just followed by association/raid, I decided to pop in, because I haven't for a while. And he went total 4x Twitter about black people succeeding, and his argument was the typical, I saw someone say black capitalism won't save us, so then what will? Money is power. Instead of getting into it with him and then being called racist or how dare you tell a black person what's right for them, I just completely unfollowed. It's it's just the best you can do. Like, I've been for myself. I've been trying to learn better to not only just stay in my own lane or stay in lanes that I'm at least leveled up in, but also to just realize when a argument or fight is just going to be completely unproductive and invest my time better elsewhere, which, I mean, for me that means getting on Twitter less and scrolling TikTok more, but still net positive, I think, for my overall mood and brain health. What was your rant? I'm always ranting. It was a rant that it was because of a monologue that happened here in the game that was talking about conflicts and everything, at least within the context of the game being due to people wanting to view things as black and white, people inheriting their values from their fathers, their people before them, inheriting their values that way, but the people before them had just the same bad values of wanting everything to be black and white and believing that peace is only attainable through complete, total, 100% homogeny. Just has to be one people, one race, one nation, one country, or there can't be peace. There's always going to be conflict, and how that's just such black and white thinking. And Bradbury was saying how that monologue hit him really well. How he really liked the game talking to that because it's so relevant to so many of the things that we, and I say we in a broad sense, deal with in our lives. From you guys having to deal with like bigotry and racism, me having to deal with dumbass conservatism and people not wanting to get the vaccine because they read something on Facebook about it making your dick the size of a telephone pole, some bullshit like that. And yeah, it just kind of traveled from that into my belief that a lot of what affects your life is based on where you're born, the geographical impact on your life, because of where you're born is going to affect a whole lot, not just country-wise, but in the individual even down to like what city you're in or what village you're in. Can have such a huge impact on how you grow. And then, going from there and pointing out that the geographical impact can be generational because when you're not white, there's a much higher likelihood that your family has never had anything to be able to pass on because of systemic and institutional and just racism and bigotry in general, preventing you from having any kind of ownership. Therefore, the geographical problems are made even worse because your family has no wealth to pass on that you could tap into to try and move to better places and shift that impact and shift how the generational lines go. So yeah, that's the too long didn't read of the rant. I made a stream marker. I'm going to cut that part and post it somewhere as actual content because. I ought to do that more often. For the times that I talk about random shit on stream, like that's just free content. It's free content. Yeah. Anyway, yes, that was it. Bradbury says mostly about how people question me by saying stupid shit like, "Why do you choose to be gay? Why can't you like women?" As if I hate women or something for being gay. Yeah. I remember Herp guy actually back when we were younger. He remember him posing the question because he was a gay ally back in school. He posed the question of like if someone asks like when did you choose to be gay, like you flip it back, well, when did you choose to be straight? Like at what point in your childhood did you, a straight man, wake up and decide, I'm not really into dicks. I want to fuck a pussy. Like, was there a point? Oh, there wasn't? It just happened? Well, there you go. That's just how it goes. Fellas is being gay misogynistic. So if the solution is everyone should be straight. Yeah, well, you can't keep the species going if not everybody's straight. Well, we got enough people. We're fine. We're fucking fine, man. We're fucking fine. If it ever gets to the point where somehow everybody in the entire world ends up gay or ace or anything that would result in them choosing not to birth a child, we've had a good run. And it'll be an amazing planet, actually. It'll be a really fun planet with a lot of really cool parties and shit. Yeah, and the planet would do better without us anyway. That too. I mean, I think we could still. We could still. If we got to the point where everybody in the planet was gay, I think we could still find a way to perpetuate things. Like, I mean, science would probably be pretty advanced at that point. cloning could go on. Yeah, it's just, yeah, we'd be fine. We'd be fine. It'd work out. And again, gonna reiterate, and I don't. Correct me if this is problematic, but I'm just saying a gay planet would be just a non-stop fun party all the time. There'd be like fucking disco balls everywhere, or I mean, like that TikTok I sent you, Bradbury. It'd be people on roller skates waving dildos around, making out in public. I'm down with that. That sounds fun. Gay Planet. I'm going to found an app with that name. That it makes me think of what if Prison Paul with his prison planets, conspiracy theory bullshit, but instead it's Gay Planet. It's just about how rather than all the elites want to, I don't know, put your children in Wayfarer cabinets, it would instead be I don't know, the conspiracy theories about how. Well, hey, well, shit, we already have one. How, you know, they're putting shit in the water to turn the fucking frogs gay. Yeah, there you go. Get a 1% stake as a thank you. Thank you. That'll work. That'll work. As long as it's specifically a steak spelled that way. I don't want the other steak. That's just no good. Oh, I missed this, Nax. When did you choose? Well, when I was given the dialogue option, duh. Yeah, like, so when did you choose? Oh, you know, the character select screen? Or I chose when I was in the character creator. Yeah, I picked straight. Just, you know, that seemed like I don't really play this type of game a lot. And I just wanted to, you know, start out on kind of the easy difficulty, so I picked straight. Yeah, I went there. Okay, never mind. Maybe that part was never lit up before. Hey, I know you guys just lost someone important to you, but I'm still gonna try and... Yay! We can attune to the Aetheryte. There we go. Alright. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it. Rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. There's a chance I might see them again. I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you. Please. I'm not sure how to pronounce this person's name. Ciso? Like Caesar? Or Queso? I would presume Ciso, because as I've been learning a lot lately, A and E together means just forget the A exists. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. Queso is what it is from now on. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. It's where a lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Right, Queso. I'll see you there. I got a dip. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Sorry, guys. Shit. Gonna lurk and jumping back in here and there while coding. Word. Oh, you're helping Bradbury with the Gay Planet app? That's good. That's good. Hey, y'all know what you signed up for by being here. Have some fun? That's good. That's good. Just remember, stay away from NFTs or I will have to dedicate this channel to boycotting. Which, yeah, hey, Nax. I don't know if you saw, but I can't remember if your channel or if your Discord uses it or not. But if you do, the Me6 bot, scrap it because they're all NFT bullshit now. I'm using all the sub money from your channel. Oh man, that's... Actually, hold on. Where am I at with that? Let me see here. Well, you're gonna get about $43. That, you know, I think Amazon was started for that amount, wasn't it? Pretty sure Amazon was started for about that amount. Well, I never got around to it, but thanks for the heads up. Good deal, yeah. So, yeah, if you're in any servers that have it and they haven't removed it, maybe give them a heads up as well. It's you. The one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. It's enough for me to pay Nax, I think, for an hour of work. I don't know, man. I kind of feel Nax is worth a bit more than that. Jesus. But you racist, some Bradbury? Is that what's going on here? Huh? Oh man, yeah. Okay, so speaking of Nax, I don't know if you remember this, but Bradbury, I had hung around Nax's streams a lot, and I made the assumption that Nax was black, just because, I don't know. I'm racist, and maybe it was the hair and the voice, I don't know. But I still cringe when I think of that moment when I brought that up to Nax. Nobody ever presumes I might be black. I don't know why. We're a startup. He's got 50% equity now. Can't wait for my interviews to go in that direction. It's kind of endearing though. Karo is basically saying he wants more black friends. I try, man. I try. And gets sad when he doesn't. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning. Until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate. I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. At least you didn't publicly think I was on a support black creators thread that this white streamer from Philly added me in. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad that when it happened, it was in a conversation about, I think it was about a streamer-centric Discord server that we both felt was kind of not being super inclusive and not really talking about like George Floyd and some other stuff. And I'm glad that it was just in a DM conversation where I just kind of presumed you were black. And I mean, I was trying to show support to you regardless, because I knew you definitely weren't me. But you know, anyway, if you knew yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. See, now for Bradbury, I just find anything funny by a gay or black creator on TikTok and then send it to him and like, this is funny. Which, if that's demeaning, feel free to let me know. And I had to DM him and then reply to it saying, hey, try this person instead. And my girlfriend looked at each other like, oh no, when it happened. Well, it was a learning experience, and I mean, you know, the plus side, they were thinking of you. We have much to discuss. I figured you're trying to understand the queer world a little better through social media. I feel like I've already had a good understanding of the queer world. I mean, I watched one episode of the L Word, and you know, I've listened to Queen before, and I'm down with disco, so I think I'm pretty good on understanding the queer world. I think I've got it, you know. A rescue? The attack on Camp Broken Glass? We'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. Origin matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our limits and friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Alright. Yeah, you're covered. Judges you in Spanish, judges you in racially ambiguous. Oh, that was beautiful. That I don't know, that deserves something, but I'm not sure what. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do something about this cough. I've had this bad cough for like a week now. It's just like there's a tickling at the back of my throat that just ain't gone away. Sexually. Oh wow. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is camaraderie between two black guys right there. No, that's wonderful. Bradbury, that's amazing. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, you can't ungift it now. You can't ungift it now or else you're the racist. Boom. Boom. Fucking got him. But yeah, thank you so much, Bradbury. Like, that's just incredible. And hey, that in a way, that's investing in your own company there too, yeah. Why did I come to the Aetheryte? I can't just teleport away. Everything's all spread out. I'm also pretty sure I can't get out this way, can I? Nope, okay. Ah, but I can ride a mount. Yeah, another two. I mean, that's got to be worth at least like 40 shares or like 10,000 NFTs. Oh hey, Chocobo Keep. Which, yeah, I don't know if y'all saw what NFT bullshit Me6bot is wanting to pull, but one of it is NFT profile pictures. That would just be, computer-generated shit. Like, that's the thing that really gets me with NFTs. Why are people so invested in them when they're literally the equivalent of just clicking random on a character create screen? That's all they are. Like, so many of them are just that. It's just like the apes. It's just the same ape face, just with different shit here and there. Like, but it's the exact same thing over and over. I feel like you could honestly just set up NFTs where all you're doing is booting up Skyrim and just making, just clicking random over and over. I'm hoping it's a trend that'll pass in 2022. I mean, man, I thought that about cryptocurrency, and that didn't go away. The art is just a thing to slap on top of it. Yeah, it's yeah. Because I don't think people would like to buy on the blockchain. Yeah. It's just so dumb. feel like social networking innovation has staggered so bad, NFTs is where we are now in the metaverse. Yeah, and you know, I was thinking about that the other day. Like, so for example, TikTok on PC looks pretty much the exact same as Instagram on PC, even though it's completely different companies. And yeah, I mean, things like there hasn't really been an actual new attempt of social media in a while. It kind of feels like, I saw that to avoid Facebook being phased out is the reasoning as to why they went into VR metaverse. Otherwise, it was going to become the next MySpace, I guess. And now they're dropping the Oculus name, and it's going to be MetaQuest and all that. Yeah, I mean, so you know, I know TikTok was Musical.ly before that, and I mean, I guess you could say that's I guess you could say it qualifies as a new social media, but it basically was just Instagram with Instagram without the dumb proportion limits from the start, and focused on video. Yeah, Vine extended. There you go. You know, I know there was back in the day there was the Reddit alternative that was getting started that I had joined in on for a while, that I really liked because it was supposed to be like the anti-harassment place, but it went under because, you know, people just, like you say, it's hard to compete, and if you don't already have friends that are on the thing, you're probably not going to join the thing, right? Like, if it's especially a place that's kind of built around community stuff, you know, like Google Plus, for example. I had one friend who was on Google Plus, and that's only because he was like me and he liked to try out new shit, just to see what was up. And this was back when I was in Android, into Android. But Google Plus, I mean, that was a big flop because, you know, not only was it really kind of unintuitive and not user friendly, but you know, you didn't know anybody that used it, and it was basically Facebook but through Google, and the whole appeal of Facebook was you're being there with people you knew and your friends. I think there needs to be another form of communicating for something to come up, because Twitter just steals other mechanics like Spaces, which is a copy of Treehouse, whatever it's called, and the voice tweets like Kick, because photos, video, short videos is Vine, TikTok, YouTube, short post, Twitter. Google Plus didn't have anything new to it anyway. Yeah, just the circles, which the circles were just another way of groups. Facebook is just a shitty mix of all of them. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I would love if a alternative to Twitter popped up that had a similar feel to the better parts of what Twitter could be, like you know. Still, I mean, I know there's Mastodon, but Mastodon runs into the same problem of you need to already know people there or be able to find an active niche community for the things that you like. And even then, it's kind of a pain in the ass to navigate the whole of Mastodon. Like, I've got a Mastodon account. Well, I haven't. See, it's that hard to describe how the fuck Mastodon works. I have presences in various instances of Mastodon that I guess are technically all tied to a main master account, but I haven't used it in forever because it was just so damn convoluted. Or a new copy of another site needs to come up with enough backed funding and celebrity endorsement, like Getter with Joe Rogan. But Getter is going to die soon. I hope so. I hope anything Joe Rogan is involved with dies, other than, like, you know, dogs or cats or something. Yeah, I'd love a form of Twitter that wasn't Twitter as it is now. Oh no, that looks like the adult form of my little baby minion. Are we killing Bambi's mom? I think we're killing Bambi's mom. believe the proper term there, Elite Nax, is you wish Joe Rogan to marry unalive. Yeah, and you know that's another difficult thing. Like, you know, I'm pretty much anti-prison. I understand all the problems with the carceral state and all the problems with our justice system and all that, but in the same vein, I would love if every anti-vaxxer influencer piece of shit got thrown into a jail cell 30,000 feet under the sea and had to just stay there forever. Like all that kind of shit, just for all the Okay, so I guess I have to hit a button. Okay, so I guess I have to effectively kill it. There we go. Okay, so we chained him. Got it. Yeah, just all the pain and suffering that anti-vax bullshit has wrought on the world. I hate it so much. And, you know, that's also the other part of it, is that, you know, if, like, you know, say Alex Jones ended up in prison, he would, I mean, that would just, like, bolster not only his support, but all sorts of conspiracy theorist shit. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't still, you know, face consequences. And, There's an ether current. There's an ether current here. Oh, buddy, we're gonna get that. I've got a writing map. Come on, Doofy Raptor. Let's get us an ether current. Sucker! Yeah, then we got one that's way up north, which we'll get to when we get to it. Ride my Doofy Raptor, Moink. Yay! It's a Southern Imperialists. Thanks for the heal check. Oh, hey, speaking of. Nice! Choco hit rank 20. And that means my My Choco is complete. I have maxed my Chocobo. Lucy has reached true enlightenment. Wonder if they're ever going to raise the Chocobo level cap. Oh yeah? It's a great time for me to not be able to grow any onions. Oh yeah? Yeah, I'd have to check if because I think I might have put the last of my Thavnarian onion seeds on a retainer, but I might have grown them already too. I'm not sure. I think I grew them actually. Yeah, I'd have to check. And since we have apartments, I can't. Oh yeah. Yeah, fates are perfect for your Chocobo. Specifically at-level fates for whatever class you're on. Hi, Thancred. What's up, bud? Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. Tempered proved somewhat troublesome. But those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucy of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Alright, see you, Dad Crud. Riding my doofy ghost thing, yeah. Kuroja. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps, by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him. And it falls to us to clean up the mess. Damn, I'm about to be level 84. Who? I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Y'shtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Alright, yeah, we can do that. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Last, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing, invite disaster. Oh, sorry, don't forget to level another class or two to collect that sweet XP for later MSQ levels, Yeah, I intend to have one of each category. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Y'all ready? About to get all cutscene up in here. Oh, hi, Moon. Like it would have made a difference, I still would have been up late.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rift between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. Indeed, we can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order.
Yeah,
The Gallian Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
This is cool, but also really fucked up. Just throwing that out there.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
auto regen. Took it for granted all this time doing that. Yeah. I don't think it's worth going after that. Okay, there we go. Got my hand when they took down my Magitech Reaper. Repair its leg though, it should still work. Here, take this key. Let's run out of cerulean, I might be able to find more in the wreckage. Fuel concealing wreckage. Okay. Okay, good. I have to transport it. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Nope, leave me alone. All right. Able to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. really is Metal Gear, Bradbury. It really is.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Oh, I was muted. They'll know it was me the second I talk because, you know, we don't talk.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good. I won't promise the same. I won't promise the same for Van Daniel and Xenos after I'm through. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? Any cruel, pointless tricks must they pay? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Right. That was quite the sequence. Wow. Yeah. That was a hell of a sequence. Give me 1 second. I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we're going to have a little discussion. I forgot that when I had been making lunch earlier, I had set out a couple cookies, and I forgot to grab one, so figured why not just grab that on the way back, right? Sad thing though is that means that's my last cookie. I'm gonna miss it. Yeah, okay, so Anima. I was wondering how Anima was going to come into play. I was expecting... My idea was we were going to get kicked out of Garlemald like we have every other area, and we were going to go, somewhere and fight another tower or something. And that's how Anima would come into play. Like, I had it in my head. I had the idea that, like, different towers were going to have, like, different Final Fantasy X summons or something. But no, that's a hell of a way. So what I'm getting here is that all of the towers they set up, because we know that the towers had a whole bunch of extra ether going on. We also... I feel like it hasn't come to fruition yet, or maybe it has, and I blanked out, but the first tower, when we defeated it, Y'shtola noted there was a dude's arm in there. And so obviously the excess ether that was being drawn out was being directed here to help create Anima. And Anima is basically being created by the will of all of the people here in Garlemald. It mentioned that they wanted Various back. So I'm presuming Anima is just like a really fucked up reincarnation of Various. Kind of similar to how Anima worked in Final Fantasy X. But I'm wondering if that means that, like, the arm that was in the one tower, like, if there's... Basically, if this fucker took dismembered Various and put his body parts in the various... in the different towers to, like, help create Anima or something. I'm not sure. I don't know how the limbs are really playing into this or not yet. But, yeah, and so now we can just randomly get brain jacked. That's great. Yeah, that's great. Not concerning at all. I'm glad that for a stealth segment in a game, I'm glad that that one wasn't overly lengthy or too convoluted. You worry about that sometimes. Some games, when they want to throw a random stealth segment in, it gets to be a real bother, a real pain in the ass. That one wasn't. Alright, so let's talk to Lucia. Gateway of the Gods. Are you well enough to make your reports? This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of ether issued from, not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. The primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, this proves beyond a doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it is the beating heart of the Telopharoi's machinations. Real talk, I'm still confused where, maybe it's because I had such a big, long time between the second to last patch and the last patch, but when did the Telopharoi term come into play? Is that referring to just the Tempered, or is that the term for Fandaniel? Because Fandaniel's just another Ascian, right? Or is Fandaniel a different kind of Ascian, or a different form? Because if I remember right, Fandaniel. Fandaniel was. Okay, Xeno's Sect of Garleans who took over. Okay. Because Fandaniel, he was actually Amon, but then, Amon was approached by, I think, Emma itself to, give his body to an Ascian, or to some fuckery there, yeah. Okay, so that's just referring to the group, okay. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Liviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lumenson delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telopharoi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Ulvan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Insulatum, a vast magitech manufactory. In ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telopharoi's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry the materiel, it can carry us too, riding these sneak aboard unseen. Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. And so many others have lost much to the Telopharoid. We shall ensure they lose no more. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Paramount concern, assuming he didn't name the Tower Babylon. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Sand used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. We are to proceed north to Forum Paddles. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Alright. Oh, we're getting the shit's about to go down music. Alright. You can tell shit's about to go down when we get our when we get our chocolatey chocobo. Southwest. Sorry, we're gonna go grab this just because, the faster we can fly, the better. Okay, I should check something real quick. You know, I pretty much never use mana fonts. I mean, as long as you're doing your rotation correctly, you shouldn't have an issue. But then again, maybe I should be using it more for more flares on bombs. Think about it, that might actually be a good idea. We will swap to that. Because I have never understood the point of Addle. It's almost like when we've won in Apex by being somewhere and we can't see anyone anywhere around us and we're just waiting for someone to show up and then we win because they were outside of the ring. I just leveled up because I discovered a new area. Roja, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. I wish you'd made sure to bring a coat instead. Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of the fall. Want your tongue full, lest I feed it to the crows. We'll see who's the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my mama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day. If any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son, should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. It's too many characters in one scene, man. It's so hard. It's too hard for me to try and switch voices. Come on. Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy, quickly if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Ensilating. We are to meet them there. We wait till the Tempered's attention is drawn by a visionary force, then we sneak on the train. Next stop, at Tower of Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, Lisela will tend to it. You Scions must press on, no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're on the ground, so we need to make our own ways to the Ensilating. See you there. Wait, really? Even more walking? Okay. Oh, there's something that's like 142 meter yelps west. Okay. Alright, so there's gonna be one that's way far east. We'll find that later. See you, Kuroja. I heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. Glad you recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation it found. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape clear. A comrade from Lent's Tears will lead the way into the station. We'll join you soon. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Tlafroy's leaders. Should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Tlafroy's reign of terror. I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by primal, Ascian, or anything else. Hear, hear. There's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do, together. Till the very end. Train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. go. I was wondering when the camera pan was going to happen. All right. Well, hey Barius, you feel like running Tower of Babel? Wanna bab this shit? Yeah. It's understandable if you don't. I mean, I understand that, it'd be in the presence of the entire internet watching, and that may make your performance be judged. But if you want to. See, now I have to decide what healer I want to get up to the next level. I was more worried there was a conflict of interest here. The conflict being you want to see me fail for hilarious reasons. Oh, Barry's is going into DPS as well. Wait time, 10 minutes. All right. Well, while we have that wait time, I am going to go and try and get other classes leveled up. Spectating your first time a lot harder when I'm trying to stay alive. Let's see. I think I want to get a healer up, and let's go with Sage. Let's fuck around and find out with Sage. Okay, so I need to do just one more in Labyrinthos to level up. Or increase the rank there. Thavnair's already up there. So actually, we're going to go to Thavnair real quick, just so I don't forget to buy the writing map. Oh, hey, there's a Barius. Hi, Barius. Alright, writing map's got. And now it's off to the Archaea. Oh, never mind. I guess don't even have time. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was on black and white. There we go. All right, this is gonna be fun.
Now or never.
got a groove. This has got a groove. I like it. Oh man, we're on a train. Oh, this is fucking awesome. Barnabas. Okay, that was a mistake. didn't do so hot there, but hey, I didn't die. Pretty unique dungeon so far. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Sorry, it keeps feeling like the house is shaking a little bit, like getting home. No. It's like tiny. Okay, phew. Right, we did it. And again, I didn't die. Go me. Need and breathe. A lot of spooky, scary skeletons in here. Oh, it's a really tall tower. That looks like Anima. And this looks like a bunch of enemies we're gonna have to fight before we get to Anima. Yeah. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. Easy now. Alright, cutscene time. Awesome! This is so fucking cool. That was so cool. That was so freaking cool, y'all. That was so awesome. Thank you, Barry.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
That could be a problem. That's a big problem.
Some manner of magical defense?
Oh no. Kryl.
Kryl? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine!
Womp womp, motherfucker.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and are powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
It's just like the prophecy. The prophecy as foretold in the 90s, that one day we would go to the moon, and therein we shall find the cheese weapon. So it is written, and so it shall be done. If all the Tempered are affected, Euless and his comrades likely put in quite the struggle. Find a way to save them, we must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. May I enter the Tower of Babel with a party of NPCs, avatars, blah blah blah. So if I activate this quest and go to the moon, am I in for like an hour of cutscenes? Or should I just leave it here for now and go to the moon at a later time, or what? Alright. Raha is pondering the technological marvel you have just beheld. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of elegant design, which leads me to think I was right about Van Daniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clear, I cannot say. Bear it in mind. Let us turn to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mare the moon. We must hope this ally of hers will provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Van Daniel arrive to stop it. It seems we are ever one step behind. I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky. Travel to the moon? Fuck yeah!
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
I'll come to you in a second, Ancient Spirit. I want to lock down the Seatherites. And I kind of want to take it all in for a second. Already a better moon than Destiny. What is that? Is that a floating eye? It is, it's a floating eye. Ooh. Oh, there's a lot of color back over there. steps echo through this looming spire, save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. Also the presence of some rando over here. Well, we did it. We got to the moon. We accomplished a lot today. Quite a lot. And, yeah, what a doozy it was, boy. We got to meet Anima. We got to beat up Anima. We got to learn that our soul could just be ripped from our body and put in another body any fucking time that Fandaniel gets all giddy. Now we have this part where we are going to have to be judge, jury, and executioner on all of the various souls that sacrifice themselves to summon and create a Zodiark in an attempt to save the planet long ago, save the world. So yeah, that's probably going to weigh heavy. That's probably going to have a lot of heavy shit to it. But yeah, that's it. That's going to be the end of the stream tonight. So thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good. Hope it was enjoyable. Everything that we went through here. The laughs, the loves, the tears, the long rants. Hope it was all good. We're going to set up a raid to raid Audie as we usually do. We'll be back tomorrow evening. I believe we're going to be trying to get further in Persona 3 FES. We want to try and get it finished as soon as we can in 20. Oh, God damn. Scare the hell out of me. What? Hey, Ken, I just don't have the... What the fuck? What? Wow, you just ruined my whole night. Okay, well, bring me a margarita from there. Make him get a margarita. Probably go sleep. Eat, probably go sleep. Anyway, yeah, so, yeah, we're gonna raid Audie. Thank y'all. Thanks for watching everything. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow, probably doing Persona 3 to try and finish that up. Yeah, y'all have a good night. Have a good start to your weekend if I don't see you, and catch you next time.